Good morning, friends, followers, and channel members. It is morning, just still here in the UK, 13 minutes to go. We've got a nice afternoon flight for you today, 3-hour flight from Corsica to Cyprus, Paphos to be exact. Been a while since we've done a sort of mid-haul distance daytime stream, so I thought we'll manage to get one of these in today, which will be quite nice. And I don't think we've actually been to Paphos before either, so that's going to be something new for us. So in the A320 fly-by-wire as per usual. And the departure out of Corsica, of course, we've got quite a few threats to be aware of, and we'll go through those in a little while. So good to see all you guys in the various chat rooms. So good morning, Christian. Good morning, Simon and Dark. Great to see you. Wayne as well. Willie G, good morning, and Jake as well as there. Jake, not sure why you're referring to us as late. I can't be late for something that I don't actually plan, so there you are. In fact, I'm always very, very prompt if we do a timed stream, of which this is not, of course. This is just a stream that we've managed to put together at the last minute. So yeah, definitely not late for that. Good morning, Tom C. Thanks for joining, and Nithya as well. Good to see you, Dr. Magic. Great to have you on board. Danny, good morning. RP Beastie, hello. So we'll hopefully keep you guys all entertained for a 3-hour flight to Paphos. Good morning to Nick. Nick, great to see you. I've not seen you for so long. The world of work getting in the way, and that's a good thing, of course. Buster as well, great to see you. Chris and Interactive Studio, Joshua V, thanks for coming along this morning. So hopefully we'll give you guys something to watch for the next 3 hours. Have us on in the background as we fly down to Paphos. And the regulatory pilot, good morning as well to you. So we're streaming on Twitch, Facebook, and of course here on YouTube this morning. Air traffic control, I don't think we've got any online at the moment, so we're kind of on our own here at Corsica, so that's all right. Christian, you've just watched the whole DC6 tutorial video from PMDG, and you now need a lot of alcohol on the flight. Well, you're on the right flight. Simon, you got your first COVID jab. You've got a sore arm, but at least you'll get some entertainment this afternoon. You get the sore arm today. If you may feel a little bit rough tomorrow, but that's okay. It's usually only about 24 hours, so that's good. Right. Let's get on board. The weather here, the clouds looking to be look like they're slowly coming over, don't they? So let's see if we can get out of here before it starts raining. Let's get the fly pad on. We'll get the batteries on as well. Batteries 1 and 2, so they can just start powering up. Let's see if we can call the external power over. Whilst I'm waiting for that, let's get the company username typed in. I think this is my biggest thing that I just don't like at the moment, the fact that I have to enter that every single time, which is frustrating, but there we go. But at least I should be able to pull that through. Also, the other thing which is a little bit annoying is the Navigraph charts needing to put the code page in, isn't it? I'm sure anyone that's tried that will have seen it. So if I now just go up to now, in fact, let me just get rid of some of these. I don't need the ATC. I don't want the AI control. Yeah, that's fine. So get rid of that. Yeah, so the Navigraph charts, we open this up. I've probably got to sign in again. There we go. So we've got to get to navigraph.com/code. Just bear with me one moment. And we'll get that, so it will be working in the sim for us. So let me just sign in here and type in that key code: Zulu Hotel 7 Whiskey Sierra 65 Echo. I don't know if that changes every time. I'm presuming it does. So that's now being linked. There we go. So that's now working. Good stuff. And here we are. This is our flight route today from I'm going to change that to night mode. I think it looks much better. So from Corsica down to Paphos, and we're currently at gate number 5, just in front of the terminal. So let's get rid of that for now. Yeah, that looks spot on. Right, I don't know if we've got any other traffic around us today. Let's have a quick look around. Oh, there we go. We've got the British Airways. That's got to be Nick, hasn't it? I'm presuming. All right, let's carry on with our setup. So the first thing we're going to have a look at is the weather. So QNH is 1017 and wind 240 at 5. And we have a look at the weather. Actually, it looks to be rendered pretty correctly here in the sim. So a few clouds at 8,800 feet, with temporary few towering cumulus clouds as well. So yeah, that looks pretty accurate for what I can see outside. And then down at Paphos, we've got some gusty wind, but what is it, 18 knots, but it's almost a headwind straight down the runway, so that's going to be all right. The winds are getting up as we fly today, but nothing too major, so that's all right. So with that, let's come to the operational flight plan. In fact, just before I do that, external power, should we get you connected? There we go. Right, so what fuel are we looking at taking today? So we've got 8.8, and we'll take 9.5 tons. That gives us a little bit extra. And at the moment, the Paphos air traffic controllers are training the air traffic controllers there, so we're asked to be patient when we arrive. That's in the real world though, not on VATSIM. That's just going through the NOTAMs for today's flight. So, but we will take 9.5 tons of it, which actually is exactly what we've got loaded in. So refueling's pretty much complete, so we don't need to faff around with that. So let's go ahead and get everything set up on the overhead and get those ideas aligned. Nav lights, we can get the seatbelt signs on straight away and stand by the lights, get the fuel pumps all turned on. Okay, we'll do the engine fire test as well. Engine 1, engine 2, and of course APU. Wonderful. So passengers, have we got any stairs or anything like that knocking around? Potentially. Let's have a look, see if we can get any stairs to come and pay us a visit. Will any stairs come? I don't think we've got any today. That's a shame. Never mind. Let's close that down. So self-loading cargo. Let's start getting the passengers on board. And I think we've got about 175 passengers today.
Cabin crew, we're all happy with how things are up here, so you can now open the doors and start letting our passengers on board. Thank you.
No problem.
So get the standby set, clock, correct time and anti-skid. Down to the pedestal, turn that off, turn that on. Everything, all the levers, etc., flaps, thrust idle, spoilers, all in the correct place. And we've got the guard frequency on. We also want Unicom 122.8, which we'll tune to, of course, before pushing back. There we go. Up to the glare shield then. Oh, actually, we need to get the doors open, don't we? Those passengers are going to find it hard to get on board if the doors aren't open. There we go. they're starting to come on board now. Christian, can I brake a few times then release the parking brakes? Have I missed something? What is it you're trying to achieve? Apart from, are you trying to see if the brake fan works and I can cool the brake temperatures down? Right, so passengers are boarding. Let's crack on with the setup. Turn that up. 1017 flight directors 1 and 2. We'll get the constraints on as well. Our initial climb out for this airport is going to be 15,000, or flight level 150. Instrument panel, primary flight display, navigation displays. Turn up the ECAMs and turn off the first officer's displays. There we go. Iris alignment then in 5 minutes or so, and other than that, all systems normal. Let's come down and set up the McDo. Scratch pad cleared out, ATSU, AOC, init press. So information from SimBrief today, there we are, 3 hours, 7 minutes flight, 9.5 tons of fuel on board. Oh, Christian, you're talking about the fact we've got working hydraulics. Ah, okay, got you. I don't pay too much attention to the chat while setting up. I see what you're trying to get me to do there. This isn't the airport that I want to be running away from things. There's lots of mountains around us. Okay, so that's good. Let's go to our performance, weight and balance. Ooh, I haven't given you guys the operational flight plan, have I? 1 second. Let me just rectify that. So that's now coming in the chat on YouTube. There you go. JJ, I'm interrupting the cricket. Oh, you can do both. You can do both. Nothing exciting happens in cricket anyway, does it? Or it does, but usually only every 5-6 minutes or so. Right, so we don't need to touch the fuel screen, and let's have a look at our OFP that I've just sent you guys. Check this is all correct and accurate. So 166 passengers, 166, payload 17264, that matches up. And let's just check the center of gravity. Oh, that's the camera button, don't want that one. Try again. 29.2 then, 29.2. Zero fuel weight 58.3 is correct, and load. I've noticed as well since the last update, look, we can now actually pan around in these views, which means I can now check that that has been loaded. We can see the gross weight there, and we've got a takeoff weight then that is just expected to be slightly over the maximum landing weight. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. Okay, but that that's it. All the weights are now loaded in. Okay. Aircraft status then. We've got the LEAP engines, valid air X cycle. And let's get our route uplinked from headquarters. The alternate today is Larnaca. And our call sign is Easyjet Europe or Alpine 34 Alpha Mike. Cost index of 8, flight level 390 and minus 60 degrees. Tropo 39,000 feet. Oh, there's a little bit of a difference there. We'll change that. 38741. That's going to be rounded up, of course. There we go. Or rounded down. There we go. Okay, so that's all set. The flight plan then. So, departing runway 20 on the Bravo Tango Alpha 5 hotel departure. Insert, and then our arrival then into Paphos is going to be the is it an ILS? I'm going to have to double check that now. For some reason I thought it was RMP. Could be an ILS. Bear with me 1 second. 222. Oh, that's interesting. So, not quite sure why I've got ILS as available there. I've not got any charts for the ILS, so we're going to be doing the Oh, it is an ILS. Right, okay, so it's the ILS Papa. ILS runway 29 Papa. There we go. And that is... which veer is that by? That's Gypro that we're flying from today. And set. So that's a distance of 1,406. And I've got 1,402 on the operational flight plan. That matches up almost perfectly. So that's good. Nick, you're saying definitely an ILS. Why? I don't know why I got it in my mind. It's because it's an RNP approach to the ILS today. So a little of both. Either way, that looks good to me. Okay, so the RadNav page, let's see what we're going to pop in here. So we will require a couple of things in here just for help with our situational awareness. So we're going to pop in the log DME for our the opposite of our arrival runway. In fact, let me just bring the charts up in and I'll show you what I mean. So now that's working. Okay, so if I open the chart list for our departure airport, we actually want the ILS for runway 02, the ILS Zulu. We just want that in here, and that is because if we did have a problem with departure, then we would be coming back into landing on the opposite runway. Bit of a strange airport, this one, in that it is normal procedure to depart, obviously within wind limitations, but it's the normal procedure to depart runway 20, so from north to south, but still then arrive south to north on runway 02, and that is because of all the terrain that surrounds it. So let's pop in 110.3 in here, 110.3. There we go. And if we have a look at our actual departure, then there you can see the lock DME, and we can pop in IS or 341 on the ADF. And then we can also put in the Bastia VOR, which is the end of our departure, which is Bravo Tango Alpha. If I just minimize that a little bit, there we are. Bravo Tango Alpha, which is 50 miles away. Check that frequency, 114.15, that's correct. There we go. So we've just got some information there, which obviously we can use. Let's get rid of that. So then, for the init B page, our zero fuel weight and center of gravity, let's pop those in, 58.3, 30.2. The trip wind, what's our trip wind? Let me see. A tailwind of 40, that's going to help overall. So, the plan block from the aircraft is 7.7, and we're taking 9.5. That gives us a takeoff weight then of 67.6, so that's 200 kilograms over the maximum landing weight, which really means if we did have a problem, we'd probably be okay by the time we've taxied out and then obviously departed. If we had a problem, we'd be coming back in under the maximum landing weight, so we wouldn't need to run any overweight landing procedures, so that's quite nice. The time and fuel to the alternate is about a ton, so I'm not sure why it's suggesting 300 kilograms. Let's go ahead and change that. And that now gives us an extra 36 minutes of flying time, so that's good. Performance then, transition altitude here is 5,000 feet, and according to the charts it's going to be 1020 and then 3,000 feet, so a bit like a noise abatement 1 departure, flaps 1. Let's just change the engine out so that's the same as well. There we go. And that is to get us up high and over the terrain as well on our departure. So there's no speed restrictions here, so we don't need to worry too much about about that, and that's all set up. All I'm going to do now, a bit of a gross check on the flight plan and see what the navigation display looks like now our ideas have aligned. So if we, can I zoom in anymore? So if we just look at that, that's great. So at 420 feet, we make a right-hand turn out to a heading of 237. That's good, that's coded in and is accurate. It's nice to see that little things like that are correct, and I can just show you that on the Navigraph charts as well. So just come up and load again. Just takes a minute or two to load sometimes, doesn't it? Yeah, so there you can see that matches straight out. So we depart, and then at 420 feet a right hand turn to 237, so we can leave that in nav, and that will work nicely nicely for us. If we then come down to the flight plan, we can see Delta 2, then to the IS NDB, and then up to Liblo. So really nice to see that all coded in and looking correct. And then if we have a quick look through to the other end, switch to plan mode and scroll all the way through. There we go. So starts at Gypro, and as you can see then we have got the various waypoints there on the approach. I'm just trying to have a look. We've got Papa Hotel 904. I can't actually see any of those, so that might be actually on here. Oh, there it is. That's on the so that's the star approach, and this is what we're after. So 953, 950, 904, and that's where we intercept the ILS. Beautiful, all coded in and looking accurate. So let's close that back down, and constraints turned on, back into arc mode, and we'll set that back to 20. Okay, so again guys, I apologise, I don't pay too much attention to the chat while setting up. We want to make sure everything is accurate. So fuel is all complete, we're nearly getting ready to go, so let's get that APU fired up. We'll just talk a little bit about the departure briefing then. So we're at parking stand number 5. We're going to push back facing north, and from there we're going to taxi out via Tango up then to holding point at Delta for runway 20. Passengers are all on board, and then we've spoke about this departure. So noise abatement 1 departure. So thrust reduction is at 1,020 feet, acceleration 3,020 feet, and we can depart in nav mode. Weather here, we've got a few reports of some towering cumulus temporarily, but that's all right. Biggest thing to be aware of here is the threats, and as you can see, all the terrain around as we as I just pan around here, you can see. So as we depart out, we want to be departing out over the sea, climbing nice and away from all that terrain. If we did have a problem, we'd continue out to sea, turn back around and come back in and land on the ILS, which we've already got pre-programmed in on the RadNav page, just in case that happens. So that's good. Minimum safe altitude as we're climbing out on our departure is 10,700 feet, as you can see just here. But on the departure, we should be fine. We've already spoke about our maximum landing weight. We should be below that. Just we should be all right. If need be, we can just hold and burn a little bit more fuel off, but I think we'd be absolutely fine. Right, let's close that down. There's our departure briefing done. All passengers now on board, so we can get that door closed. Okay, doors are closed. Passengers are now on.
Everyone is now on board and we're all set back here. Doors are closed and everyone is seated.
Thanks a lot.
APU is running. Let's disconnect the external power, and we can tell them we no longer are required. Back they go.
Get the APU bleed on so that people don't start to get too warm, and we obviously want to keep the air recirculating during the COVID times. So let's have a check and let's do our before start checklist to the line. So our cockpit preparation is all completed. Signs are on and auto. ADIRS check 3 nav green. Fuel quantity is 9.5 tons, loaded and balanced. FMGS is all set, altimeter 1017, let's check that is still current. 1017. Excellent. Okay, we know what we're doing with regards to where we're taxiing and pushing back from, so let's just jump onto Unicom. Oh, now hang on just one second. Let me just turn the AI control back on, because I have a feeling... There we go, manage radio comms, turn that off. Don't want you interfering. There we go. Let's go back to 122.8, shall we?
Cabin crew, we're all ready to go, so please arm the doors and cross-check. Thank you.
Okay then, let's make our call on Unicom. So we're going to push back and be facing north. Just last minute paranoia check to make sure no ATC has jumped online, and they haven't, so we're still on our own. Corsica traffic, Alpine 34 Alpha Mike, pushing back from stand 5 facing north. So let's now just do our before start checklist and get the rotating beacon light on. Windows and doors closed and armed, rotating beacon light is on, mobile phone off, and parking brake is on. Tug driver is now coming. In fact,
Ajaccio traffic, KLM 15 Alpha from stand 8 is pushed back and starts facing north.
I'm guessing we don't actually have a visual representation of the tug today, so we're kind of on our own. Never mind. Let's get the timer running, check the brake pressures. Nozzle steer is disconnected. Transponder. And right, let's go. And then we'll start the engines as well during our pushback.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. My name is Gavin, and I would like to welcome you on board this Easyjet aircraft. We expect a good flight with you today, with no weather problems showing in front of us, so we should be pushing back within the next few minutes or so. For now, the ground crew have now finished loading the last of the baggage into the aircraft, so if you could get yourself seated and secured, then we can make sure we can depart on time. The cabin crew will shortly be providing their safety demonstration video, so it would be appreciated if you could give them your full attention. A special welcome on board.
Engine mode 2, ignition, and starting engine 1.
About becoming a member, please contact a member of the cabin crew. All our Easyjetsimpilot members are...
So welcome to everyone who's just joining the chat whilst I've been setting up. I say my apologies, I do not check the chat too much just while setting up, as there's plenty to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now ask for your attention while we take you through the safety procedures on this aircraft. A safety card is in your seat pocket showing the exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets and brace position that you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 2 emergency exits at the rear or in the middle. And 2
Need to sack the tug driver.
Floor lighting will guide you to an exit. Please be aware that your nearest exit may be behind you. In an emergency, leave all cabin baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened when the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put the mask over your nose and mouth. Hold in place with the strap. Pull on each side to adjust. Put on your own mask before helping others. If we land on water, take the life jacket from under your seat. Put it over your head. Pass the tapes around your waist. Click together and pull the strap to adjust. Do not inflate it inside the aircraft. When outside, inflate by pulling the toggle. If it fails to inflate or needs topping up, blow into the tube. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. We also carry flotation aids for children. Your tray table must now be stowed, armrest down, window blinds open, and seatbelt fastened. We wish you a pleasant flight with Easyjet.
So, just quickly looking through the chat while I'm waiting for engine 2 to spool up. Kieran Mella, good afternoon. What's the... anyone know what is in the dev version at the moment versus okay, so the experimental version is behind at the moment, just because that's not been updated while the Fly-by-Wire team work on new VNav and LNav, and the dev version has just got lots of cool new features as well. Chalty, good afternoon. Jess Lone, good afternoon, mate. Hope you are you're well. Right, engine number 2 is now working. What's our CFG? 30.1. Okay, let's go ahead and do the after starts. Anti-ice not required. Spoilers, rudder, flaps 1, and set the trim. Okay, have to start checklist. Anti-ice off, ecam status checked. Pitch trim 30.1, rudder 0. Flight control check whilst waiting for the KLM to move.
Traffic, KLM 15 Alpha is taxiing
Full
by
left,
Tango,
full
Delta
right,
2, Delta 1 and Delta,
full up,
short of runway 20.
full down, rudder, full right, rudder, full left, and neutral. Okay, we can let the traffic around us know what we're about to do. Ajaccio traffic, Alpine 34 Alpha Mike, taxi now via Tango and Delta, holding short runway 20. Get that taxi light on and remove the parking brake. Now let's begin the roll. So I'm just going to go ahead and ding that cabin crew, get them sat down nice and early. Okay, PEDS check. So performance has not changed. QNH still 1017. Still going to be a takeoff, toga takeoff. Engine out procedure. We need to continue with the departure, and we'll be coming back in and landing on the opposite runway, runway 202, if required. We've already got that in. In fact, we can turn on the LS for that as well. Departure matches what we have in the FMGC. Stop altitude is flight level 150. So of course we need to remember to set standard pressure after departure. So let's run the before takeoff checklist to the line. Flight controls checked. Departure briefing confirmed. Flap setting config 1. FMA takeoff data 134 blue, 139 magenta, climb nav blue, 15,000 blue, 152 toga. Transponder set, ecam memo takeoff, no blue. And electronic flight bag is stowed. Yeah, still doing the brake check. Disarms the auto brake max. We'll have to remember to keep popping that on.
15 Alpha's lined up on runway 20.
Great scenery around this airport. So I'll be with you guys in the chat room shortly. So this is Delta 1, we'll continue on Delta 1. And I don't know if that's Dark Fury in the KLM. I think he's going to the same place as us. In which case, we'll just start the timer as he departs. A couple of minutes for separation. And we'll hold that there. Put the parking brakes on. I can set the auto brake to max and we'll hold that. So now I'm just waiting for Dark, if that is Dark Fury, I can't remember, to depart. Air Trooper 37, good afternoon.
Alpha, rolling off at 20.
And Ali Belly B, that rolls off the tongue. For great instructions written by Nick, one of our channel members, on VATSIM model matching. Join our Discord server and check out the pilot's briefing room. Very comprehensive, detailed information on how to get that working. So we've just started our timer, and we can start to get lined up. Ajaccio traffic, Alpine 34 Alpha Mike, lining up runway 20, waiting 2 minutes for separation before our departure. Okay, brake temperatures, they're all fine. Our approach path's going to be good. No one's going to be coming in landing on that runway today. Let's get the strobes on, get the lights on, and transponder TCAS set above. There we are. And we can turn those packs off as well. Packs 1, packs 2. Just need someone ask about live weather. So yeah, no, this is live weather, which actually looks really good compared to the METAR that I just read. So that's quite nice.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff, please.
So just put those max brakes back on. I'm going to have to put the parking brakes on just while I'm sat here for a couple of minutes. So before takeoff checklist below the line, cabin is secured for takeoff, engine mode select is norm. TCAS, TARA, packs off, and anti-ice off. Okay, it's been a couple of minutes. We're ready to go. So takeoff, start the chrono, and release the parking brakes. Set 50% M1. And then it will be toga. And set toga, takeoff power. Man toga, SRS. Winds are light and variable here today in Corsica.
100 knots, check.
V1, rotate.
Positive ring 5, gear up.
So don't worry about that flight director too much. We want to be on runway heading till passing 420. There we go. Now we can begin that turn. So, set climb thrust. Thrust climb. And let's get autopilot 1 engaged. Get those packs back on. Pack 1. So acceleration will come at about 3,000 feet. Pack 2. And climb. There's the nose lowering down. Just keeping an eye on my hardware. You can see the thrust climb FMA just flashing a little bit. Buster, sharp turn coming up. Yeah, I don't think the aircraft will do it quite as harshly as is shown on the navigation display. At least I hope not. Self-loading cargo passengers are not going to like that, are they? 150 blue as we set standard pressure. And past S speed. Flap 0. Ground spoilers now disarmed. Danny, yeah, so there is actually a reason that you should give about 10 seconds between pack 1 and pack 2. It's just to prevent a surge in the system. It's not always easy for me to do that here in the sim. A lot of the time I will just do pack 1, pack 2, just because obviously in the simulator I'm a single pilot and I've got to look up and down. So I will turn both on. Right, let's get that anti-ice on as we start now to go through the clouds. But what a great view for our virtual passengers today. Oh, look at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seatbelt fastened while the seatbelt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time. This includes e-cigarettes.
And we're coming up to 10,000 feet. Let's get those lights off. Oh, the strobes were on auto. I really wish I didn't keep doing that. And 10,000 feet. So cruising today, flight level 390, 390 is the optimum and the recommended maximum, so up we go. In fact, you know what, I'm going to go set 370 just to begin with, make sure we can still climb quite happy. We're not too heavy, but just to be fair. So set 370, 370 blue. Timothy, shouldn't you pull standard above flight level 100? Okay, so standard pressure is set when you go above the transition altitude, which here at Corsica was 5,000 feet. And as we were climbing to an altitude or a flight level above the transition level, then you would just pull it as soon as you're given clearance to climb above the above the transition altitude. Kieran, the cabin cameras are available to download on our Discord server in the pilot's briefing room if you want to go ahead and get those. There's also a video on the channel about how to install those. Willie, good afternoon, sir. Nice to see you popping in. And breaking the clouds now, and as per usual, that makes the dials much harder to see. Haven't released the cabin crew yet, but we can do now. Gary, I'll be completely honest with you. I have no idea what the point of the auto is. How an aircraft can know whether it's on an active runway or not, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps, I don't know if it's something that the maintenance team and the engineers use, but certainly wouldn't use it on a day-to-day normal flight. Willie, are you referring to the CRJ flight that we did? In which case... Oh, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. No, never did figure that out. Never did figure that out, so I'm not sure what was happening there. Hasn't happened since, but then I've actually turned crash detection off just because I'm not risking that again. So our flight plan today takes us up north to begin with, then we're just skirting the west coast of Italy, crossing southern Italy, then down through Greece, over Athens, and then out towards Paphos. A nice 3-hour flight today. I won't be on microphone for the whole time, of course. We'll get to cruise and then I'll be with you in the chat. And we can see TCAS working. We've got the aircraft that departed ahead of us. I believe that's the KLM, 15 miles out. As long as he stays that far away, I'll be happy. Anti-ice can now come off. So a big thank you to those liking and subscribing to the channel on Facebook and YouTube, of course. So, just passing flight level 210. Let's get the seatbelt signs off.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has now turned off the seatbelt sign and you are now free to move around the cabin. We do recommend, however, when in your seat, that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times in case of unexpected turbulence. The toilets are now available. Please contact a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. Thank you.
So TCAS here in the sim only works with the range set to 20 miles. I think the real world it works up to 40 miles, but 20 miles here in the sim. So, and I can just see using the range rings that the aircraft ahead of me is 1,800 feet above me at 15 miles away. Dark is HD here because there's a dislike. If he is, he's in stealth mode. Hopefully he shouldn't have had too much to observe with the departure. Okay, I'm going to clear that RadNav page as well. We normally do that at 10,000 feet, but I was just leaving the ILS in there in case we had a problem and needed to return. It's not the sort of approach that you want to be faffing around with. It's a captain's only approach as well, as we discovered when we landed here the other day. Reason for that is not because the ILS approach into runway 02 is difficult. The RNAV approach into runway 20 is difficult, and we've got terrain around it as well, which could be a real pain if you have a balked landing. I can tell this aircraft is flying the exact same route as us. Look how accurate that is. Wonder how long the cloud cover will stretch for. Okay, so let's set our cruising altitude, which is flight level 390 and 390 blue. And if we just come down to the EFB and have a look at the operational flight plan, I should see it was a straight out climb, and I don't think we've any flight level changes either. Nope, straight up to flight level 390 all the way down to our top of descent. Jake, I did not know that. Wayne, you're getting proximity alerts. What kind of proximity alerts? TCAS or ground? Either way, you should probably do something about them. Just having a look to see if there's any further air traffic control online. There's not. Do you know what? There's a new feature coming out pretty soon, and that will be on the EFB, and that will be the option to tune the radio. Basically, it's going to have an option which shows you all the online air traffic control in your vicinity, a bit like VPilot does. It's basically going to have VPilot on your tablet, which is really neat. I have to keep checking. I've definitely turned the weather radar on. I'm just used to seeing so much rubbish on the navigation display. Actually, there was one error. There was one error on departure. Can anyone guess what that was? Not really an error as such, but I would have probably have been better had I had done it. Ah, Chalty, you've got your engineer's hat on, don't you? Yeah. So what do you get from the ECAM readings at the moment? Fuel flow looks looks okay. Oh, hang on, you're saying it doesn't look okay. Normally during the climb, I think, aren't we normally expected to see anywhere between 2 and 3 ton per engine? Willie, the strobe was one, but I'd already flagged that up, so you can't have that one. There was something else. There was something else. Wayne, no, the packs were off. Christian, you weren't looking, your face was in spaghetti. So Simon's got it. I didn't have the terrain radar on. I should probably have had that on for an airport with that much terrain around it. Still climbing quite nicely. Flight level 330 coming up. During the height of the pandemic last year, pretty soon after the sim first came out and you could fly on VATSIM, I constantly flew down to Athens, because Athens always had air traffic control around it. It was really nice to fly through there, and the air traffic controllers in Athens were always really, really kind and really great. Ollie Martin, thank you very much for subscribing, and Jerry as well, and Anderson on Facebook, thank you for the like, my friend. Wayne, do I have any issues with the live weather temperature? Do you know what? I've seen people talking about this. What's our sat at the minute? Well, that's looking pretty accurate. 52. Wayne, Athens, USA or Greece? The Greek one. The Greek one. So we're now at flight level 35, coming up on 36. Let's set the standby to standard pressure as well, of course. And yeah, just clouds, clouds, clouds. Greg Zalta, good afternoon, hope you're well. RC Cosplay, thank you. Don't work too hard. Willie, about a month ago, maybe been a bit less, I saw the most amazing thunderstorm I have ever seen. I imagine Dark Fury saw it as well. That just came over Sheffield and rolled out eastwards. It just was the best thunderstorm I've ever seen in my life. It was unbelievable to watch. Certainly here in the UK, we don't normally get those. So Brian Dyer, the hardware I use, I've got a Cytec, a Logitech side stick and Cytec thrust levers. One day I'll get the Airbus, the Thrustmaster set. That's flight level 370. We're still climbing 800 feet per minute, so all is good. We'll reach our cruise altitude in a couple of minutes. Three Green, you're very welcome, and I must admit that anything that gets added to the toolbar, like the Navigraph charts, I just think it's great. Everything's so integrated. Anything which can be integrated into the sim, so you're not having to run external programs, is a win-win in my book. And I'm not seeing any performance loss or anything like that. All seems to be working really, really nice. Captain B, TCAS does work on the latest dev build, yep. So Nick, you had to put your flight plan in manually for some reason. Oh, that's going to take a while. How frustrating. So you can see the airfields on the west coast of Italy now, just as we skirt down that coast. There we go. Yeah, Brian, one day I'll get there, my friend. We'll get the full Thrustmaster set up. Maybe when the kids decide they no longer need feeding. I think yesterday was the first time I took the dog out at about 7 AM like I normally do. And didn't have a coat on. First time this year. Base player 58, I'm using self-loading cargo. So here we go, approaching our cruising altitude, after which I shall be coming off the microphone. I'll be with you in the chat room in on YouTube, and obviously I'll be back on the microphone for our landing. Christian set the kids to half rations. They're only half size as it is. And we've got Mac Alt Star. And out cruise. There we go. Okay, so let's just do a fuel check as well. We know we took 9.5 tons of fuel, and at Medal we've got 7.7 after 24 minutes. So let's have a look. So timing spot on, and let's see how much fuel have we. What's the minimum? 6.6. So how much extra have we got? We've got 7.7. We've now we've got an extra 1.1 ton of fuel. How much did we actually take extra? So we took 9.5, planned block was 8.8, and what was the contingency is 0.3. That's actually really good. So we're only 100 kilograms out, which means that we've burnt 100 kilograms less than we expected to, but spot on, really good.
Start to make their way around the aircraft, so please make sure that the aisles are clear of any items you may have, and I invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. A reminder that our Easyjetsimpilot members are able to take advantage of free drinks throughout the duration of the flight. Thank you, and we shall have an update for you shortly.
So whilst we're here, then let's do the top of climb checks. Let's set that to below and get a couple of en route weathers. So we'll go for Naples. And use the VFR map actually just to help us there. See where else we can look at. It's one of the things that will be a massive difference on the navigation display when it only shows aircraft that are actually only shows airports that we're actually capable of landing at, rather than showing every grass strip in the vicinity. Let's have a quick look. So we can have a look at Naples, and we'll also have a look at Brindisi as well, which is Lima, India, Bravo, Romeo. And we'll send those off. Quick cycle through the ecam pages then. Fuel used is around 2 tons, and again that's accurate. No fuel leak suspected. Electrics page all working, and hydraulics at 3000 psi as you'd expect it to be. Fuel page, just confirming what we've already said, 1930 kilograms of fuel burnt, APU not running, 24 degrees, all doors still armed, brake temperatures cooling down nicely, all flight computers working, systems normal. Wonderful. And we can just see the west coast of Italy that we're flying down now. Okay guys, I'm going to bail out of the microphone. I'm going to head back to the galley, refill my teacup, and I shall be with you back in the chat room very shortly. I'll be with you in the chat all through the cruise, and then as we're coming into land, of course, I'll be back on microphone for our approach planning, descent and arrival into Paphos. Please do take a moment to hit the like button. Thanks for watching the departure. Hope we can give you some entertainment throughout as you go about your day. One last thing I need to do, I've just checked that check those weathers have just come through, and we'll have a quick look at the current metas. So ignore those top two. I'm interested. Cav okay for Naples, that's fine. Wind's good, nice and open, and Brindisi exactly the same. So we're good. Alright guys, thanks for watching. I shall be back shortly.
In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase from our selection of fresh food available today. Full details can be found in your in-flight brochure. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we can be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly. In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase a selection of hot beverages, together with drinks and snacks from the bar. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we could be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, take full advantage of your tax-free allowances today and make some amazing savings with our boutique range. In your in-flight brochure, you'll find details of our award-winning selection of gifts, most with massive discounts, some of which are exclusive to you as an Easyjet customer. Make the most of your opportunity to shop and save from the comfort of your seat. If you'd like to see any products, have any questions, or would like to make great savings, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
to call you, sir, but this is Olympic 163 with you.
Olympic 163, πολύ καλησπέρα.
Radar Easyjet 478 radio contact.
Easy 478, standby. Olympic 163, radar contact. Proceed direct to Ormos. Expect Ormos 1 Charlie arrival.
Athens Radar Easyjet 478 radio contact.
Easy 478, how do you read me? Easy 478, how do you read me?
TU 555 Easyjet 478.
Roger, Easy 478, proceed direct to RNAV, expect vectors for RMP Zulu approach runway 34.
Expect runway 34 and vectors in, directing now to RNAV, Easy 478.
Athena Radar, good afternoon. KLM 15 Alpha is with you, flight level 350, inbound Elbas. Hello KLM 15 Alpha, radar contact, break, Israel 562. Good afternoon, proceed direct to Vanza.
Direct Vanza Israel 56.
Alpine 34 Alpha Mike, very good afternoon, radar contact.
Paphos Control Olympic 163 with you.
598, good afternoon. We are flight at 100, expect next landing point at Palo.
Hello, Romeo Golf India 598, climb flight level 340, and can you check your radio call sign? Romeo Golf India 598, how do you read?
Can you repeat that for Regio 598?
Radio 598, climb flight level 340, and how do you read me?
Regio 555 and we are climbing flight level 340.
Okay, break, Olympic 163, Kalispera, proceed direct to Ormos, expect Ormos 1 Charlie.
We will proceed to Ormos. Can we have Ormos 2 Alpha, sir? We're going to check something.
Okay, Olympic 163, Ormos 2 Alpha, when ready, descend flight level 90.
So direct Ormos for Ormos 2 Alpha, when ready, 90 Olympic 163, thank you.
Data radar, 0 with you, flight 370, during yard.
Bird 1880, hello, radar contact, flight level 370.
Athens radar, καλησπέρα, του Παπαρόμου, just pushback from Bravo 30.
Gen 2 Papa Romeo, just give me 1 second. Gen 2 Papa Romeo, Roger, what is your intention?
Request 5 clearance to Carpos.
Yeah, Gen 2 Papa Romeo, runway 03 left is in use at the moment. You are clear to Carpathos, Kia 2 Lima departure, climb 7,000 feet, scope 7255.
Kia to Lima, initially climb 7,000 feet, squawk 7255 heavy, Gen 2 Papa Romeo.
Gen 2 Papa Romeo, readback is correct. Call me when ready for taxi.
Gen 2 Papa Romeo, we are ready for taxi.
Gen 2 Papa Romeo, Roger, turn right, join Juliet, then Charlie, Hotel Alpha, holding point 03 left.
Right on Juliet, then Charlie, Hotel and Alpha for 03 left, Gen 2 Papa Romeo.
Can I hello Gen 464, request Alpha clear to Carpathos.
Gen 464, Kalispera, you are clear to Carpathos, runway 03 left, Kia 2 Lima departure, climb 7,000 feet, and squawk 7265.
clear to Paphos, clear to Lima 7000 and 7265 with Gen 464. We have pushed and started up, and we're ready for taxi.
Gen 464, read back correct. Taxi holding point 03 left by India Hotel and Alpha.
India Hotel Alpha, 20 point runway 03 left to Gen 464.
Easy 478, descend initially flight level 100.
Descend to initially flight level 100, Easy 478.
Captain, hello, Silver 32 Tango with you at flight level 190, descending to flight level 120.
Speedbird 32 Tango. Very good afternoon. Maintain present heading, descend flight level 110. Radar vectors for ALS, Zulu, runway 03 left.
Please say the heading again for Speedbird 32 Tango.
Maintain present heading.
Maintain cruise heading, descent to flight level 110, and expect ALS approach, runway 03 left, Zulu for Speedbird 32 Tango.
Correct.
Athens radar, Qatari 132, maintaining level 370.
Qatari 132, good afternoon, Squawk 7244.
Squawk 7244, Qatari 132.
Athena Calamero, Tom Jet 6, Hotel Bravo on the ground at Corfu, 737-800, IFR to Manchester, out please.
Tom Jet 6, Hotel Bravo, very good afternoon to you. You are clear to Manchester. All guides to Delta departure out of runway 16. Climb initially, flight level 80, Squawk 7237.
Clear destination, I'll get 2 Delta departure runway 16, climb initially flight level 80, Squawk 7237, Tom Jet 6, Hotel Bravo.
Tom Jet 6, Hotel Bravo, with back is correct, startup is approved, QNH 1018, report ready for taxi.
Start approved, QNH 1018, will call, thanks, Tom Jet 6, Hotel Bravo.
Athena radar, KLM 15 Alpha. Left heading to 60 degrees. Speedbird 32 Tango, turn left heading 070 degrees.
Turn left heading 070 degrees, Speedbird 32 Tango.
Easy 478, turn left heading 260.
Turn left heading 260, Easy 478.
Olympic 163, descent altitude 7,000 feet, QNH 1017.
107 down to 7,000, Olympic 163.
Qatari 132, radar contact, flight level 370. Next report, passing Avenue.
We'll call you passing Avenue, Qatari 132.
Speedbird 32 Tango, descent altitude 7,000 feet, QNH 1019.
Descent 7,000 feet, QNH 1019, Speedbird 32 Tango.
Athena radar, KLM 15 Alpha. KLM 15 Alpha, Athens radar.
Can we climb to flight level 370 to avoid some turbulence? And do you have a squawk code for us, KLM 15 Alpha?
KLM 15 Alpha, Squawk 7247, climb flight level 370.
Squawk 7247, climb to flight level 370, KLM 15 Alpha.
Easy 478, expect vectors to APSOC. Initial approach fix for RMP Zulu approach.
Expect vectors to APSOC, Easy 478.
Israel 562, proceed direct to Vanza.
We're already taking a direct to Vanza, it's for 562.
Roger, report to reaching Vanza.
Will do, 562.
Easy 478, descent flight level 80.
Descent flight level 80, Easy 478.
Jan 464, ready for departure. Jan 464, clear for takeoff, runway 03 left, wind 070 degrees, 8 knots. Clear for takeoff, straight left at Jan 464.
Victor 59 has requested out of cockpit for 5 minutes.
Approved.
Olympic 164 over.
Olympic 163, descend 6,000 feet and cleared for the VOR DME approach. Report to runway inside.
Clear for the VOR DME, descending 6,000, we will report with runway inside Olympic 163.
Easy 478, descend altitude 4,000 feet, correction 5,000 feet, QNH 1018.
1018 with QNH and descending to 050, Easy 478.
Easy 478, 5,000 feet, level 350 at dark database.
Yes, 5,000 feet, that's right, sorry, Easy 478.
Thunder 49 Quebec Echo, very good afternoon, proceed direct to Xavi.
Repeat radar, hello, Lufthansa 4 Papa Mike. We are outbound, inbound Kilo Alpha Sierra and flight level 207 for 350.
Lufthansa 4 Papa Mike, standby 1, Thunder 49 Quebec Echo. I have the rerouting for you. Xavis, direct for Xavis 1 Alpha arrival.
For direct to Xavis 1 Alpha, Thunder 49.
Agent to Papa Romeo, line up and wait, runway 03 left.
03 left, line up and wait, Agent to Papa Romeo.
Speedbird 32 Tango, descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1019.
QNH 3000, descend 3000 feet, QNH 1019, Super 32 Tango.
Lufthansa 4 Papa Mike, very good afternoon, Squawk 7260.
Walking 7262, Lufthansa 4 Papa Mike.
Lufthansa 4 Papa Mike, 7260.
7260, 4 Papa Mike.
Jam 464, radar contact pass 2000, climb flight level 150.
Climb flight level 150, Jam 464.
Agent to Papa Romeo, clear for takeoff, runway 03 left, wind 070 degrees 8 knots.
Clear for takeoff, 03 left, Agent to Papa Romeo.
Speedbird 32 Tango, turn left, heading 050, clear ILS 03 left.
Left heading 050, clear ILS runway 03 left, Speedbird 32 Tango.
GM 464, right to Tucson.
Right, Tucson at GM 464.
Easy 478, left heading 200.
200, heading Easy 478.
And 990
contact direct pit lock, climb flight level 340.
Block.
Lufthansa 4 Papa Mike, direct pit lock, climb flight level 340. Qatari 132, Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
122.8, Qatari 132, bye-bye.
And 999 for the 00 hello,
Station calling, saying your call sign only.
Yeah, of course, under 900.
And there is 900, very good afternoon, Squawk 7256.
Squawk 7256 under 900. Thank you.
Indian 2 Papa Romeo, radar contact at climb flight level 130.
At flight level 130, thanks, Papa Romeo.
Indian 464, climb flight level 210.
Climb level 210, Indian 464.
Speedbird 32 Tango, clear to land runway 03 left, wind 070 degrees 8 knots.
Clear to land, runway 03 left, Speedbird 32 Tango.
Easy 478, direct APSOC, cleared RMB approach.
Direct to APSOC and cleared for the DME approach, Easy 478.
The type of approach is RMB Zulu.
RMP Zulu, sorry about that, Easy 478.
And the radar 9900, radar contact, proceed direct atmosphere.
Please repeat, which point under 900? Okay, direct up under 900.
Radar, good afternoon, Alpha 61, as you fly level 350.
Ocean 861, very good afternoon, radar contact. Agent 2 Papa Romeo, direct Tucson, climb flight level 190.
Up to flight level 190, direct Tucson, Major Papa.
Hotels 220 system.
Beeline 2209, very good afternoon, proceed direct to Copar.
Copar Beeline 2209.
Mazda 4 Papa Mike, monitor uniform 1 2.800.
Uniform Papa Papa Mike, thank you, have a good day.
Runway inside of the 163, runway 09, as clear to land.
Wind copy clear to land, runway 09,
Line 2209. Beeline 2209. Beeline 2209.
Beeline 2209, could you repeat the request?
Yeah, I kindly request just use one-way communication and stick to that, okay?
Yep, avoid.
Okay, the point is Copar, Kilo, San Papa, Alfa Romeo.
Direct Copar, Beeline 2209. Thank you.
Yeah, 464, report your request.
Request level 310.
Yeah, 464, climb right level 310.
Climb level 310, Jan 464.
Yeah, to Papa Romeo, report your request level
290.
climb level 10 to 90. Can maintain 290, gentlemen.
478, do you need to extend following the flight plan? Do you want to circle or?
Easy478, you are cleared for the approach. Descend accordingly. The QNH 1018 to Port Ground inside.
Runway is inside.
Okay, clear to last runway 34, wind 250 degrees 6.
Let's land Easyjet.
Ajaccio 6 Hotel Bravo, request taxi.
On the 6 Hotel Bravo, sir.
Yes, sir.
Taxi and line up runway 16.
Taxi line up 16, Ajaccio 6 Hotel Bravo.
Speedbird 32 Tango, turn right, join Alpha, Hotel Charlie, stand by for further instructions.
Please say again for Speedbird 32 Tango.
Speedbird 32 Tango, turn right, join Alpha, then left on Hotel, stand by for further instructions.
Right, join Alpha, then Hotel, then stand by for further instructions, Speedbird 32 Tango.
In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase from our selection of fresh food available today. Full details can be found in your in-flight brochure. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we can be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Hotel Bravo, fully ready for departure, runway 16.
Tomcat 6 Hotel Bravo, clear for takeoff, runway 16, wind 240 degrees 7 knots.
16, clear for takeoff, Tomcat 6 Hotel Bravo.
Olympic 163, welcome to Samos. Backtrack is approved, vacate second to the right.
Yeah, for backtrack, vacate second to the right, Olympic 163.
Control is 562, 10 miles, Lufthansa.
Israel 562, Roger. Monitor Unicom now 122.80. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Easy 478 vacated runway 34.
Easy 478, welcome to Thessaloniki. Continue Alpha, left on Alpha 4 for stand number 2.
Then continue taxiing onto Alpha, then turn left into Alpha 4, and then take stand 2, Easy 478.
Correct, have a nice day.
You as well.
Olympic 163, continue to stand of your choice. Have a good day.
Stand of choice, thank you very much for the ATC Olympic 160, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Tom Z6 Hotel Bravo, radar contact, passing 2,300, climb flight level 240.
Climb level 240, Tom Jet 6 Hotel Bravo.
Speedbird 32 Tango, continue on Hotel, then turn left on Charlie for Echo and gate Alpha 09.
We continue on Hotel, then Charlie, Echo, and gate Alpha 10 for Speedbird 32 Tango, right?
Speedbird 32 Tango, gate Alpha 09.
Alpha 09, Speedbird 32 Tango.
Enter 900, monitor Unicom 122.8. Have a good day.
Monitor Unicom 1 to the flight, Takeoff,
Tom Z6 Hotel Bravo, proceed direct Olgat, climb flight level 280.
Climb level 280, proceed direct Olgat, Tom Jet 6 Hotel Bravo.
AGM 464, proceed direct to Paphos VOR, Kilo Papa Charlie, expect the VOR approach, runway 30.
Let expect Paphos for VOR 30, AGM 464.
AGM 2 Papa Romeo, proceed direct Kilo Papa Charlie, Paphos VOR, expect the VOR approach, runway 30.
Direct, second please.
AGM 2 Papa Romeo, proceed direct Kilo Papa Charlie, Paphos VOR, expect the VOR approach, runway 30.
Direct Kilo Papa Charlie and expect VOR for the runway 30.
Αθήνα, γεια σας. Aegean 317 στη Σαντορίνη. Παρακαλούμε μία εξοδότηση για τη Βιέννη.
Καλησπέρα, Aegean 317, you're clear to Vienna. Airbag 1 X-ray, departure runway 33, climb flight level 80, stroke 7231.
Thank you very much. Airbag 1 X-ray departure, runway 33, initially flight level 80 and stroke 7231. Aegean 317.
Aegean 317, read back correct.
evening, Athena, radar 177 Alpha, please come through inbound diesel.
Monarch 77 Alpha, good afternoon, radar contact. Proceed direct, Rixo.
Proceed direct to Rixo, Monarch 77 Alpha.
Just to confirm, the point is Rixo, Romeo India, Kilo Sierra Oscar.
Affirm Rixo, Romeo India, Kilo Sierra Oscar, Monarch 77 Alpha.
Okay, Athens Cyprus 22 Tango, parked at gate Alpha 09. Thank you for your service today. Have a good day. See you later. Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye. From the 6 Hotel Bravo, climb flight level 320.
Climb level 320, time 6 Hotel Bravo.
Beeline 2209er. Beeline 2209er.
Beeline 2209, would you?
Beeline 2209er, expect Copar 1 Mike arrival and RMP approach runway 32.
Copar 1 Mike and RMP for runway 32. Beeline 2209.
Ready for descent at Jan 464.
Jan 464, descend flight level 110.
Descend flight level 110, Jan 464.
Radio check for Regio 598.
Radio 598, now I'll read you 5.
Okay, thanks.
Jan to Papa Romeo, request descent.
Jan to Papa Romeo, descend flight level 130.
Jan 130, Jan to Papa Romeo.
Jan 464, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, Jan 464.
Jan to Papa Romeo on conversion, speed 270 knots.
270 knots, Jan to Papa Romeo.
Easyjet 6 Hotel Bravo, monitor Unicum 122.8. Have a good day.
122.8, time check 6 Hotel Bravo, thanks for the answer.
Yes, sir. Speedbird 1880, very good afternoon, radar contact. Follow flight plan route.
Would that we request that 5 minutes?
Yeah, approved.
Thank you.
Entrance radar again 803 Calimera.
Calimera AGN 803, stroke 7266.
Squawk 7066, Egan 803.
AGN 803, stroke 7266.
7266, Egan 803.
Thunder 49 Quebec Echo, expect Arnaud approach runway 27, and when ready, proceed direct to console.
Roger, expect Arnaud 27 and direct to console with Thunder 49 Quebec Echo.
And Thunder 49 Quebec Echo, at your discretion, descent flight level 110.
Roger, descent to level 110, ready Thunder 49 Quebec Echo.
AGN 464, when 25 DME inbound, Kilo Papa Charlie, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1017.
125 miles inbound, Kilo Papa Charlie, 6,000, 1017, AGN 464.
Thunder 49 Quebec Echo.
Roger. Beeline 2209, when ready, descend flight level 70. 1803, radar contact, proceed direct, Robox.
Direct Robox, Aegean 803.
Jan 464, Chris Visa.
Jan 464, you're cleared visual approach runway 30, report turning final.
Cleared visual approach runway 30, report turning final at Jan 464.
Approved. Roger. Easyjet barometer descent flight level 110.
Flight level 110, Jan Barometer.
Alpha, could I have 1 minutes out flight next?
Approved.
Gentleman barometer descends 7, flight level 70.
Descent flight level 70, Gentleman.
Gentleman barometer, reduce speed 250 knots.
250 knots, Gentleman.
Gentleman barometer, report distance from Carpotas we are.
We are 11 DME.
Roger, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1017, cleared for the VOR DME approach, runway 30.
QNH 101, descent. 0.
Feedback 1880, welcome back. final, Jan 464. Jan 464, clear to land runway 30, wind 320 degrees 20 knots. Clear to land runway 30, Jan 464. Turkish 1549, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Turkish 1549 is sitting on ground, decon on IOR 27 is ready to copy.
Turkish 1549, you're cleared to Samos. Let's show 1 Delta departure. Runway 34, flight level 150 and squawk 7261.
Turkish 1549, we're clear for Samos via the left 1 Delta departure runway 34, followable 150 squawk 7261.
Turkish 1549, read that correct. Call me when ready for push and start.
We'll call when ready for push and start, Turkish 1549.
Agent to Papa Romeo, descend according to the procedure. Next report on final with runway design.
Agent to Papa Romeo, descend via procedure and will on finals.
Thunder 49 Quebec Echo, descend further, flight level 70.
Descend level 70, Thunder 49 Quebec.
Control Aegean 317, request starting up.
Aegean 317, startup is approved. QNH 1019.
Approved. QNH 1019, Aegean 317.
Aegean 803, ready for descent. Please also confirm the
descent,
star.
flight level 270. Aegean 803, descent flight level 270.
Descent flight level 270, please confirm star for Aegean 803.
Aegean 803, expected arrival, Robox 1 Charlie, ILS Zulu 03 left.
Robox 1 Charlie, ILS Zulu 03 left, Aegean 803.
Γιώτε στο 64, συνεχίστε δεξιά για την πίστα. Alpine 3 for Alpha Mike, welcome back. Can you please recycle your scope 7276? Thank you.
Probably vacated Jan 464.
Jan 464, right to the airport.
Right to the airport, Jan 464, yes.
Γεια χαρά. Aegean 803, descent flight level 170, be level by Robox.
Descending 170 and will be leveled by Robox, Aegean 803.
Radio 598, 1 decimal 8, by Alpha. Very nice day.
Unicorn to Disney, Rachel 598.
KLM 15 Alpha, monitor Unicom 122.8, have a nice flight.
Monitor Unicom on 122.8, thanks for your service. KLM 15 Alpha.
Monarch 7 Alpha, welcome back.
Turkish 1549, ready for startup.
Turkish 1549, startup is approved, QNH 1018.
Startup approved, and QNH 1018 for Turkish 1549.
Control ZM317, ready for taxi.
ZM317, taxi holding point Golf, runway 35, via Charlie and Alpha.
Via Charlie and Alpha to hold position runway 33 at ZM317.
Thunder 49 Quebec Alpha, descent altitude 3,000 feet, QNH 1018.
3,000 feet at 10.
Jan to Papa Romeo, confirm you have the runway in sight.
I confirm to Papa Romeo.
Jan to Papa Romeo, clear to land, runway 30, wind 330 degrees to the launch.
Clear to land 30, Jan to Papa Romeo.
Thunder 49 Quebec Echo, cleared and nav approach, runway 27, descend according to the procedure.
Prepare 27 approach, descend according to the procedure. Thunder 49 Quebec.
AGN 317, clear for takeoff, runway 33, wind
Ladies and
360
gentlemen,
degrees
take
1
full
to
advantage of your tax-free allowances today and make some amazing savings with our boutique range. In your in-flight brochure, you'll find details of our award-winning selection of gifts, most with massive discounts, some of which are exclusive to you as an Easyjet customer. Make the most of your opportunity to shop and save from the comfort of your seat. If you'd like to see any products, have any questions, or would like to make great savings, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Aegean 803, proceed direct Echo Golf November, descent flight level 110.
Direct Echo Golf November, descending flight level 110, and Aegean 803.
That's control, Turkish 1549, ready to taxi.
Turkish 1549, taxi, enter backtrack, runway 34, report ready for departure.
And Turkish 1549, answering, get back to runway 24.
Monarch 77 Alpha, monitor Unico 122.80. Have a good day.
124, thank you for your 18 break. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Cloud 716, just check your microphone. We can hear only background noise.
Alpha Hello, LAL 716 with you, inbound Lofty, flight level 350, your vehicle.
Hello, LAL 716, good afternoon, Squawk 7264.
7264, LAL 716.
Alpine 34 Alpha Mike, monitor Unicom 122.8. Have a good day. Speedbird 188.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm back with you as we start getting ready to plan our descent and arrival. So before we go any further, we're just going to get the latest weather. I've already gone and got that, but we're going to print it off, pop it into the perf page, and we're not that far away from starting our descent now into Paphos. So let's just print that off, go to the perf page whilst that's doing that, and we'll get ready to enter all the information in. Here we go. Hyacinth, good afternoon. Hope you are well. Let's print that off. Pop this in. So we have got the QNH is 1014. Making notes of these as well whilst we do them. So QNH 1014, temperature is a lovely 25 degrees. I think that's pretty much what it is here in the UK as well at the moment. Odd. 29017, the wind. And the transition altitude here is 9,000 feet. And the decision altitude is 232. Okay, so one of the things I'm looking at straight away on the performance here is just these clean config speeds, as there is for this approach a max speed of 210 knots. So we could do it if we really wished clean, but we'll starting to be getting configured by the time we're doing that. I'll bring up the charts in a minute and we'll talk through what we're going to be doing. So let's just come back out of here. Alright, so let me just get rid of the VFR maps, get the Navigraph charts up. So what we're going to be doing is the VOR ILS approach. So we're coming down to the Paphos VOR, Papa Hotel Alpha. In fact, we'll pop that in on the RadNav page now. We can turn that on. We may be a bit too far away to get a reading. Oh, we're 124 miles away. So we want to be at 4,000 feet by the time we get there. 4,000 feet there, 210 knots. And we've got our platform altitude of 2,500 feet. We basically fly over the VOR, outbound on heading 126, then at 9 miles begin the left base turn to come in and capture the ILS. Let's check the ILS, 108.9, and that's in. As you can see, we want to begin that descent then probably about 105 miles away. As you can see, we're 190 miles away now. We've actually got a tailwind. Look at that. We've got a 17 knot tailwind, so we're actually going to start that descent now. Otherwise, we're going to be playing chase with that. So we're on Unicom. We don't need to let air traffic control know, but we're going to start down now. We'll go down to 10,000 feet to begin with.
Once again, you will be delighted to hear that we will shortly be starting our descent into our destination, at which point the cabin crew will start preparing for our arrival. If you could please make sure that all the aisles are clear, the cabin crew are able to make their way around the aircraft without any luggage in the aisles, that would be most appreciated. A reminder for our Easyjetsimpilot members that free drinks are still available from the cabin crew until the seatbelt signs are turned on. Please note, however, that the toilets will shortly go out of use. Thank you.
So there we go, we've got thrust idle, open descent, and we've set flight level 100. We just need to check as well. In fact, our flight plan has changed ever so slightly, so I can't use the operational flight plan just to check those descent altitudes. Let's just open Navigraph back up. This will just load back in a sec. There we go. So we just want to check as we're coming down here. Yeah, so the lowest is about 8,800, but we're going to be on the approach by the time we get around there. So we're fine descending down to 10,000 feet for now. So I hope you've all had a good afternoon. This nice little afternoon flight. We should be on the ground in around 45 minutes or less. So our plan is just to talk through the bare bones of our approach. We want to be at 4,000 feet by the time we get to the VOR, and as you can see, this is already programmed in. If we just zoom the map in, go to the plan mode, flight plan, and zoom down, there we go. So that's essentially what we're doing, flying over the VOR, then making the left hand turn. We will need to keep an eye on the aircraft, as we know it does a few daft things sometimes with regards to which particular points it's going to head towards. If need be, we can we'll just pull heading mode and use that, but so far it's obviously behaving at the moment. So the QNH as we descend is going to be 1014. There we go, and we've got that set on the standby. So the FMGC is all coded in. Landing elevation is 32 feet. Auto brake shouldn't be required. In fact, I'm just going to check the length of this runway. Oh no, it's a decent length runway, and of course the weather is good, so there's no no rain or contamination, so auto brake won't be required. We will have the terrain radar on though, as there's a bit of terrain to the north of the field, which we want to be aware of. So we'll have that terrain radar turned on, and now we're just monitoring our rate of descent. Expat Merlin, thank you very much for the subscription. Simon, you find the teardrop approach always exciting. They can be if they're not, if you've not configured everything correctly to begin with. But as you can see, we're nicely on our way down. Simpilot, Tamil, hello. I'm very well, thank you. So if you haven't done so already whilst we're on the descent, if you could be so kind enough to press the like button for the stream, I would really appreciate that. And hopefully it should be a rather stress-free approach. Richard, you've done the teardrop approach to Kuala Terengeo. Oh, I'm pronouncing that very wrong, aren't I? But yeah, they do work well. They do work very well, particularly with the way the custom autopilot flies now. Sean, good afternoon. So again, we're just keeping an eye on that descent now. So how far are we away? We've probably got about 5 or 6 miles extra to play with, but that's okay because we will have to start slowing down, of course. And we can just start to see we're about 75 miles away. The VOR is actually based at the runway, so it's very close. It's actually just ahead of the runway as we are coming in. Richard, thank you for subscribing, and to Paul Shanks as well, very appreciated. Same Jake on Facebook, good afternoon, hope you are well. And HD's back on just as we've begun our descent. So HD, just to catch you up, we're on our way down. We've set flight level 100 for now. But basically heading down to 4,000 feet over the VOR at a speed of 210 knots. And then we can make the teardrop approach. Oh, HD, I've not been on the Discord. What have you been chatting about? Sounds like fun. Have you been writing essays? Detailed essays, of course. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. I've just logged in. Oh, we're talking about the flight directors. Yeah, okay. That I'm going to have to read later. Duke 55, have I noticed any bugs since the recent update? No, not at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. Quite the opposite. Everything, touch wood, appears to be rather plain sailing at the moment. So, flight level 240, 20,000 feet to lose, 61 miles. That's okay, but we've got to lose some speed, so I'm just going to wind that up a little bit, and let's just get down a little bit quicker. How many people wish they were actually on this flight heading off to Cyprus for a nice holiday? I know I do. Shame we'd have to take the kids with us. HD, the approach makes perfect sense. Let's see if we can fly it as perfect as it should be. Can we do 3 flights in a row without the use of spoilers? Let's see. Alistair Rooney, a fun bug. It may just be you. Try taking off from Courchevel in the Diamond Twin. Complete electrical failure 3 times. Wow. Dark, Easyjet will probably cancel the flight. Yeah, they've not had great press, have they, over the last 24 hours? Didn't really read too much into it, to be honest. Simon, it'd be fantastic to be on the plane. Richard, Mimi, yeah. Oh, how we all crave a nice warm holiday. Lay it on a beach. We just want a holiday from life, don't we, at the moment? So I'm just going to wind that speed up a little bit more. We're right on profile, but I just want to be a little bit below it. So we're going to start to slow that aircraft down below 10,000 feet. HD, you can answer this for me. You can just see the descent rate at the moment was, as I wound that up by 10 knots, it dropped down to 4,000 feet per minute. Would the aircraft really do that, or would it just descend? Would it just lower the nose a little more gradually than that, just to make the speed up that we're trying to achieve? So if I just wind that up to 300 knots, we're currently at 290, but it'll just look as it drops. Going as sharp now down to 5,000 feet per minute. Oh, Richard, you're in Queensland, so you can't complain. Fair dues. Pilot Pack, quite right. No need to travel now. We've got the beautiful weather here in the UK. Shame about having to work, though. Nick, so your flight plan's slightly different. You've got the GIPRO approach in, haven't you? Yeah, that's what I had it in originally. And then we kind of altered that. Okay, let's get those seatbelt signs turned on. And run the approach checklist. So minimum set both sides. Engine mode selector is norm. Electronic flight bag stowed. And we've briefed the approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. If you could please return to your seats and ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened. If you are traveling with an infant, please ensure that they are secured safely using the infant seatbelt harness provided. Please contact a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. Thank you.
Oh, I may have to kill some fairies for a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. What are we at? We've got about 10,000 feet to lose, and we're 32, about 31 miles away. Ugh, what do we think, HD? I'm going to have to wind it back below to... I'm going to have to wind it back in a little bit, aren't I? The speed. Of course, once we've slowed down, we won't be approaching Paphos quite as quickly. HD, I'd already potentially briefed that we may go on, we may be on heading a little bit on the outbound leg from the VOR, just because we know that the sim has bugs and starts to turn us towards the final approach a little bit too soon sometimes, which we don't want. I go 330 knots. Well, we're coming in now. I'm going to have to start winding that speed back anyway as we get below 200, below 10,000 feet. So let's wind that back. And what I'm going to do, just to start helping us break that down and continue our descent, I am just going to put a bit of speed brake out there. So we didn't do 3 flights in a row without it, but Never mind. Okay, so let's set now 4,000 feet, local QNH 1014, thrust idle, open descent 4,000 blue. Let's get the lights on. And bring those speed brakes back in as we now start to head down. I think we can see Paphos as well, can't we? There it is. Paphos traffic, Alpine 34 Alpha Mike is 15 miles from the Paphos on the VOR ILS runway 29 approach. And there it is, the little bug that we were anticipating. So let's get it back, heading towards Paphos if we can. Back to nav and towards Paphos. There we go. HD. Ta-da! So we are still a little bit high, aren't we? Oh, goodbye fairies.
Cabin crew, about 15 minutes to landing if you prepare the cabin, thank you.
Just check the rad nav. 108.9, 108.9. We may just be a little bit in that dead zone at the moment. Hoping that comes back in. If not, it's great weather. We may have to fly visual. It is a handcrafted custom airport, this, so if the electronics aren't working within the mod, then there is a chance we're just going to have to do that. But that's okay. We'll fly the procedure for now, see how we get on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be landing. Please ensure your
Poseidon
cabin bag is
63,
safely stowed
that
with your laptop
is correct.
inside.
That's what's meant to
Your
happen.
tray
If you
table
go
must be
direct,
stowed,
it needs to put it into nav
armrests
mode
down,
automatically.
and window blind open. You now need to be seated with your seatbelt fastened, ready for landing. Please help us by handing in any rubbish, newspapers, or magazines that you do not want to take with you. The toilets
Okay,
are no
so
longer
that's the aircraft doing something daft. Going back to vegan. Speed alt heading 4,000 feet. We're now happy to start descending down to the platform 2,500 feet on a heading of 126. Let's go into manage mode. Thrust idle. Open descent. When we're about 9 miles away, we can begin that turn. As you can see, we're slightly off just because the aircraft bed to the right with that little sim bug. Paphos traffic, Alpine 34 Alpha Mike, outbound from the Paphos VOR 4 miles for the ILS VOR 29 approach. Start configuring, flaps 1.
Paphos traffic KLM 15 Alpha is 27 miles south of the airport, just past Gipro for the ILS 29.
So again, just a little use of spoilers there to start getting us down. And that glide slope starting to come up, that's what we want. So we will use heading mode to do this. So 2,500 feet coming in now. Let's start slowing our aircraft down a little bit more. As we make that left hand turn now, we can vector ourselves in, back round. There's a radar altimeter, and let's go flaps 2. And we're 10 miles out. So there's the terrain that we talked about in the brief. Let's just check how we're going to line up with this ILS. We don't want too sharp a approach. That's okay actually. I could have probably left that where it was and that's fine. So let's get lock blue turned on. $10 miles out. Let's turn the approach mode on. So glide slope blue, lock blue, cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2. What I should have done is gone selected speed to about 180 knots. We can wind that back up a little bit. Go 160 knots now. And we should look to capture both glide slope and localizer around about the same time looking at this. There we go, glide slope capture, localizer captured. Missed approach altitude set 2,000 feet. Right, okay, that doesn't look like the greatest picture out the window, does it? This isn't an offset localizer. I have control. So, we're just going to have to rescue this. Thank goodness it's decent conditions. Let's go back manage mode, start configuring. Flaps 3, gear down, spoilers, lights. Ding that cabin. Paphos traffic, Alpine 34 Alpha Mike, 4 miles, runway 29. Not sure if the glide slope is still accurate. The localizer most certainly is not.
Paphos traffic KLM 15 Alpha is 10 miles, establishing on the localizer for ILS 29.
I hope he has better luck establishing it than I did. Landing checklist. Cam secured for landing. Auto thrust speed. Go around altitude 2000 set. Ecam memo landing no blue. So, literally, I've just flown this completely visually as something didn't want to work there. Just watch that nice headwind straight down the runway. Don't land on the taxiway to the north. I can see why people could do that. There's the VOR that you can see that we're literally flying straight over. And spoilers deployed, reversers on. $70 knots, reversers off.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to perform safety-related duties. However, we ask that you remain seated until the fasten seatbelt sign has been switched off. Portable electronic devices for messaging, calls or internet access may now be used.
Okay, let's
Please make
clear
sure
up.
that you take all your personal belongings with you, checking in the seat pocket, underneath the seat and in the overhead lockers. Do take care when opening the lockers in case anything falls out. Smoking is not permitted until you reach a designated smoking area. On behalf of the captain and the crew, it has been our pleasure looking after you today. Our ground crew will help you complete your Easyjet journey.
Okay,
For the latest
so
news,
let's
promotions,
continue our
flight and
taxi now
destination
on hotel.
KLM 15 Alpha is 4 miles to final runway 29.
Paphos traffic, Alpine 34 Alpha Mike, runway vacated. Where are we going to park? So, yeah, this is custom freeware mod from flightsim.to, which is really nice. Might get the drone cam out just for a quick look afterwards. But certainly the electronics weren't working correctly, were they? So that's a little bit of a shame. Let's see where we'll go. Certainly not too much here in terms of terminal buildings, is there? General aviation terminal. And if we wished, we could actually park over here to the left and watch our fellow flyers arrive. I'm just enjoying taxiing around, looking at the nice scenery at the moment, I'll be honest with you. I think there's a bus terminal over there. Okay, we'll take this next stand, because otherwise we're going to... actually, we're going to run over him anyway. I say we'll take the next one so we don't run over him, but I think... never mind. We're going to hit him, unless he's waiting for us. Oh, he's been a jolly good chap. He is waiting for us. Oh, and there's Dark. We've just missed his landing, unfortunately. Bad time for my phone to ring.
Paphos traffic, KLM 15 Alpha vacated.
And a sort of taxi turn like this, HD, even if the captain was the pilot flying, would it be prudent to let the FO do the taxi into here? Because he can obviously look out the right-hand window, can't he? There we go. Much easier to taxi outside of the aircraft than it is inside the aircraft. Remote control it. There we go. Let's get the parking brakes on. And APU is running, get the bleed air on, and we'll shut the engines down. Actually, we do have a replay. So I will look, see if we can get that replay working in a minute. But in terms of this scenery, yeah, I was going to say really nice looking scenery, which, you know, it is, to be fair. Can't say anything against that. But sadly, the ILS not working correctly, not lined up. I'd be interested to see what it is lined up with. Oh yeah, that duty... Go away. Yeah. The duty pilot's asking what we've broken. But yeah, look at this. Really nice looking scenery. But sadly, as I say, the old electronics not working. But really nice. Really, really nice. I can understand why you don't park there in real life, HD. I would imagine one of these is more yours, isn't it? Than the passengers obviously depart and walk through the little... or whatever they are. But really nice. Really, really nice. Just wish the electrics worked. Never mind. So, shall we see if I can load up a replay? Let's see if this this works, shall we? I might just break things in a minute. Let's find out. So the other day this didn't work at all. It just crashed the desktop. Let's see. I would assume that HDFOs can certainly give you guidance, looking over their right-hand shoulder to say, yeah, bit right, bit right. But if you don't actually park on those tight circles, then that makes sense. Okay, so let's play this. Oh, self-loading cargo passengers. Sorry, I've just flung them through time and space. Let's just sit forward a little bit. There we go. Give that a second or two for the scenery to load. Seems to be working a lot better than the last time we tried it. And we'll enjoy this this replay. So guys, if you're happy to bob out, then please do hit the like button before you go. I'd really appreciate that. So we're hit ready to fly. Oh, I shouldn't have hit ready to fly. I should have just left it running. Damn thing. The world update has wrecked this replay tool for me. Owen, you're very welcome. Christian, you think the FOs are there just to look busy. The FOs are there to check that the pilot flying is doing the right thing. Oh, I've got dual alarms going off. Right, let's just turn off the terrain GPS warnings. There we are. 2,500. Let me just hit pause. Let the ground textures load. Dougal, good afternoon. Hope you're well. Of course, a marshaller is rather essential, isn't it, for stuff like that? This looks like a great place to do some VFR flying. I mean, what is that? That looks rather interesting anyway, doesn't it? Take a helicopter and go and land up there. Wayne, I will double check that. I thought it was running with admin privileges, but I will certainly double check that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. But I've really enjoyed that flight this afternoon. It's been a while since we've done a midday, mid-haul flight. It was about 3 hours, wasn't it? Which was quite nice. Air traffic control as well, for the most part. Dougal, you've been there in the background whilst working. Yes, me too. Lawrence, am I a captain or first officer in real life? Neither. Sim life though, always a captain. Really does look like a nice place to go and fly. Do you know, I've not seen a road map, but I wonder when the Greek Isles and areas like this will be one of the sim updates, or world updates. Sorry, world updates. Wonder when that will come in and crop up, because I reckon the Greek Isles would look fantastic. One of the things I've also found on doing the replays since the sim update is that the frame rates are nowhere near as good as they used to be, which is a bit of a shame. Dougal, I guessed you meant on the simulator and you hadn't got a satellite phone, or you were flying with some form of Wi-Fi. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Someone was flying on Emirates or something like that with the onboard Wi-Fi, just watching a live stream of an aircraft potentially copying their route. There's an idea. Wayne, so the Alice was fine for you, but you used stock airport. Right, I wonder. Yeah, the replay tool FPS used to be absolutely fine, but now it's rather jittery, isn't it? You can see that coming in. It also looks a little bit slow as well to me. Doesn't look quite as certainly doesn't look quite as smooth or realistic, but there we are. I will try it with the admin privileges. I thought it was, but we'll wait and see. HD, where am I? This isn't Paphos. It's green. Well, I must admit, I was looking for a slightly more brownish landscape. There does seem to be quite a lot of trees here. Hang on a minute. This isn't Paphos. This is Waterloo in In New York? Oh, good lord.
Retard.
This is the flight replay we tried to do the other day that didn't work.
Retard.
Oh, shut up. Well, hang on then. What happened here? Oh, we've just been flung through time and space again. I have no idea what's going on. The sim's probably going to conk out in a minute, guys. You say it was the wrong replay, which quite obviously it was. But once I've done a replay file, I basically overwrite it. So when I start the next recording, I just overwrite the old file. So that file should have completely overwritten it. I've no idea how it's done that. I'm going to try and see if we can see Paphos. If not, never mind. HD quoting the most apt lyrics from that song for our current situation. Right, okay, this looks a little bit more Paphos-ish. Do we have Paphos over there? Yeah, that looks brown. We're also going into Alpha 4, so hang on a minute. Let me just hit play on the old replay button. Spin this around. And let's have a look. Okay, give it another 30 seconds to load. I want to see ocean on the left hand side. Nope, there's no ocean there. Oh man, it's clearly not done the recording, or something's gone very wrong with it. Okay, I'm going to have to experiment on that with the admin privileges. So yeah, I no idea what's happened there. Never mind. I'm not going to bother showing you that replay again because, well, let's face it, we've seen it. On that note, we're gonna leave it there, boys and girls. Thank you very much for watching. Big thanks to everybody who has joined us throughout the stream whilst we came into Paphos and not Waterloo. Big thanks to those of you that have donated and contributed to the stream throughout the afternoon, and to HD as well. And once again, as always, a huge thank you to the Easyjetsimpilot members for your continued support, and those that have joined us recently as well. Thank you very, very much for that. I look forward to seeing you on the next stream. And Phil, I've no idea where we are. Goodbye, everybody.
Too low, terrain. 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 Too low, terrain.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 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 retard.